Hello. Hello. It's working. We're in the game. It's not crashing. It's running kind of okay. How is everyone? Nice. New reset. Okay. Not too much of a... Victor 8. How's this for intense gameplay? Oh, we're gone. Right. I think we're okay. If we've got this far, I doubt it's gonna crash. But I think I know what happened last time. It seems like Steam crashed and it took everything with it. The game had errors, everything. But Steam was the first thing to disappear. Even before Rockstar closed and Red Dead closed, Steam was already gone. So I think what happened is all of these overlay bells and whistles just killed everything. And then Red Dead started throwing errors out the arse, basically freaking out, not having a single clue what was going on or why I couldn't do anything. Because it's licensed through Steam, I'm sure that with the steam.dll hook-in that they have, there's probably some kind of active check in the game for people that want the Steam DRM package as well as the Steam platform. And I don't doubt Rockstar Take-Two and Red Dead are part of that DRM platform that would actively check for a connection to the servers and kill it when it doesn't have one. Why is the AUX output so low? It's fine in my mixer, but the auxiliary output is basically muted today. Oh, hang on. I did have that applied, but that's still quiet. Oh. I hope I didn't do any of the Red M streams with this setup. It looks like none of my hotkeys are working and it was set up with AFK audio, which is a negative 16 decibel filter. Negative 16 decibel gain filter. Let's quickly get that fixed because otherwise I'll forget, because I'm going to stream for 15 hours and this will have completely fell out of my mind. I need... Filters are at the top, thankfully. You really need to install Banana, keep putting it off, I'm afraid to mess something up. From my experience, I know it's a program that has its quirks, but with the CPU you've got now, especially compared to before, you probably notice it's a lot less problems than what you know it from previously. Because all of this virtual audio stuff is basically only capable of going on CPU. That's one of the reasons that I may sometimes not use it on a super high CPU stress game. I checked some of the VODs. It doesn't... One of the brilliant things I'm actually super happy to learn, the audio sometimes crackles, but I've found out the audio is crackling because of the hardware out. You guys don't hear the crackling, only me. And that is such a blessing, because I've been worried for months that if I play high CPU load games, that you guys can just hear this crackling 24/7, but it's not. It's the hardware out that's crackling, not the virtual cables, which is just such a nice thing to know. I don't have to stress about the crackling. I can live with it if you guys never have to hear it. That's basically how I'm gonna live with that. But all the VODs came through with crystal clear audio. But considering how much stress I put my machine through, I am quite happy with what I get out of it. And Voicemeter doesn't take too long to set up. I mean, you point your programs at either one of these channels. If you only want, say for example you don't want Discord ever, then you could get the simpler version. Banana comes with 2, but there's a simpler version called Potato or something that comes with 1. And if you just want the one audio channel to only broadcast gameplay, you can do your mic separately in OBS and not worry about putting Discord through. I need to game audio AFK. Okay. Something happened. Why did Red Dead have like a death sound play? I think I might have done a daily by accident. Game audio after. I need aux out. Uh-oh. I might be in trouble if I can't apply filters to inbuilt audio channels. It's an encumbered. Incumbent. Live CD. IJKL. Maybe groups are at the bottom. Video game but blurry. There we go. That's the song I want. I was planning to go fishing to this song, but we got distracted. well. So, I set this up all differently the other time. When we were doing our audio stream and when we had our messy music stream the other day. I configured my auxiliary output to work differently. Turns out I didn't need to do it at all, and now having done it, I don't seem to be able to use any of my hotkeys or filters. Because it's now a microphone, not an audio source. They work, the filters work. I can still do them manually, but I need the hotkeys to do them on the fly. The things like toggling. Stuff like when I go to end screens or AFK for a bit. I need these. And they're there for game audio. But at the moment, they're not there for music or for voice chat. So I'm gonna have to undo all of that. Not right now. Because I'd have to go through everywhere that I need voice chat and re-add it in as a source. So we're gonna ignore this. We're gonna use the system we have, and it's just gonna stay with a regular amount of volume. It's not gonna change. Alright. Distraction over. And my fishing song is too. Right, now, first things first, did I actually log in and do my dailies yesterday? Oh, okay, thank heavens. 20 days effort put in, and I thought I almost threw it away because I forgot to log in yesterday because of Shield Maidens. Turns out no, I was up at some absurd hour in the morning doing things. Save the streak though. The hell of a fishing song. Did I buy another blending tonic? 3 coins, 3 arrowheads, and 3 tarot cards. I found out. So, here's something. I found out that distance in this game seems to be measured in inches. Because every step you take is about 6 distance. It seems like distance is measured in inches. I don't know why. That seems the closest type of unit that I can think of for what they're measuring distance in, and I don't know why it's such a small number. So 15,838 inches travelled with a delivery wagon. Might be possible in one go. 20 animals donated to crypts. Small animal carcasses donated to crypts. I think... Oh, we've got the repeater on us. Where's my horse? I've got blackjack out at the moment. I finally managed to insure a blackjack. Oh, there's blackjack. We went for a swim. But I need to get rid of the repeater because we're going to be hunting ducks today. So I'll admit to not knowing if hunting waterfowl with birdshot was a thing in the 1890s, but it's kind of weirding me out that there's no there's no duck hunting. Like, the hunting is such an intricately designed mechanic of the game that it's weird to me that you just get a 22 out instead of birdshot. But again, maybe they didn't have these sorts of things back then. I'm not a history... Oh, I'm using the wrong ammo. I very violently put the screw to sleep with a sedative dart. So 15,000 inches is 400 meters. Half a kilometer? About a third of a mile? Just under half, but... That seems shorter than it should be, but maybe we'll keep an eye on that distance meter there, and we'll see how quickly it does count up. Because I had one yesterday that was it was walk with your horse. So you grab the lead on your horse and you walked the horse. That counted 500 inches, and it was a very slow job, but I got it done. Let's see. Let's go from where camp is. So let's say camp is here. I did 500 distance to about there. Equivalent of, because it was down near Blackwater. Across the lake. So we were here at Blackwater. And I led my horse from the B all the way over to here. Along this road. And that was 500 distance. So maybe it isn't inches. It might be a next one up from that. But it didn't seem like feet. I forget. What's the zoom button? I want to iron sight my gun. But I don't remember the hotkey. Oh no, did I bind them to brackets? Okay, no I didn't. It's mouse scroll? That's gross. I mean, it sounds great on paper. Mouse scroll on paper. You click to aim and then you scroll in. But when it's hold to aim... I could toggle to aim. This would be something in my... I don't normally toggle aim in third-person shooters, but I toggle aim in first-person shooters, which then makes that scroll to ADS not so annoying. What a tiny little... Oh my god, that's a tiny Western Tanager songbird. Off he goes. Does that have stars, or is that just a name? They don't have stars, so that's not something... I'm a terrible shot. I'm leading way too much with this. It's two. If it were feet, it comes out... That's such a jump, though. That's why I don't think it's feet. 400 meters to 4 kilometers is like a flat multiple of 10.5 or 11, almost. We'll see. You know, I think it might be inches because this game does measure distance in real-world units, in the sense that if I open up my awards, there's one in here for distance travelled, and it's not even at like a couple of miles. How far? Where is it? General? Travel. Travel by train. 14 miles by train, and that was with me absolutely hoofing the damn thing as fast as it would go without explosion. I don't know if the engines explode, but I wanted to try and derail it, but they won't let you. They just cruise along. But here you go. In my total 180 hours in the game, in, let's say 140 of that is in Red Dead Online, I've done 149 miles. That's an average of like a mile an hour. And then you've got a horse over here. which of course is a faster mode of travel, so I've done 485 miles on horse. And cart. 53 out of 75 miles. We can measure that one, I can pin it. Actually. But it like the map is, that's the weird thing to me, is the map is downscaled. Right? This is most of the East Coast and Midwest. As far as I can tell, it's most of the East Coast, and it does include the Midwest. I don't know. Technically, the Midwest will be out here, but you know, it starts. The map must be to scale, like blown up to full size. This would have to be thousands of miles squared, even thousands of kilometers. Whichever you prefer. Like, it has to be so massive. But when you actually walk, it's so weird because the way they measure distance means that Blackwater and Strawberry are like half a mile apart. And then you've got Armadillo and Tumbleweed are maybe like 700 meters apart. The way they actually scale the map and measure it in real units is bizarre to me, but... One day, I will be able to... Wait, didn't I... Where did my turkeys go? I was hunting turkeys. There was a turkey right here that I downed. I miss both? So... Wow, okay. Apparently I'm a terrible shot with iron sight. It wants 20 animals though. We've got one squirrel. Also, I'm gonna start... So, some VOD things I've been noticing. I'm noticing that sometimes I talk extremely loud. Didn't do it. Poor thing. So, I'm gonna stop... Oh, it's toggle now. Ew. This is what I mean. Third person, I can't toggle. First person, I do love toggle. I changed my audio. I had a 1 decibel gain before, and I've switched over to a negative 2 decibel. I should be a little quieter. But the reason I've done that is because I feel like I'm yelling a lot. When I go back through the VODs, I feel like I'm unnecessarily loud. So I want to both probably control my own volume outside of any sort of software, but also just bring it down a little bit in the software so that if I do end up shouting for any reason, it's not so over the top. It's going to be a fine-tuning issue, because I know with games like this and louder games I will need that extra volume, but I need to find a decent middle ground for like 99% of the time, and then I can just have like a button in the filters there for when the games get too loud. So at the moment, don't switch my damn weapon. That's what got Stinky in trouble. At the moment I'm testing a negative 2 decibel gain, but I'm also probably going to be talking a little quieter today. Skunk. All of these tiny animals. I'm a little sad the turkey just flat got away. I am gonna have to donate a lot of these to Crit actually today, because I'm pretty sure the last thing I did before logging off. Oh, this is a medium. Or I can't put it in my pocket. I don't know where Music Man's gone for Red Dead today. And the soundtrack back on and he's just taken... The 22's not gonna do anything to it. But the Springfield... it's gonna be too much. Alright. Is that the am I out of shotgun? Well, apparently I missed. Apparently I missed so terribly that it just ran off. Froggy. You stop, Froggy. Oh, so something I actually didn't stream that has changed. I managed to go out and buy the Naturalist role. And the Naturalist role gives you access... I'm gonna bite my feet. Look. There we go. Get away. Turn around and nibble at my feet for. Can't believe you can't just pocket a muskrat. Stop. I gotta remember, I'm so used to having the carriage out that I forget the horse can actually steal your weapons. Oh yes, I picked up Naturalist, and the Naturalist role in Red Dead Online gives you access to legendary hunts. So it seems like legendary hunts are immune to degradation, which means you can't botch the hunt. The downside, they require you to basically throw dynamite at it, several sticks of, or just unload a semi-auto shotgun into its face. Those things are tanky. They have way too much health. But it seems like no matter how much damage you do to the animal, the pelt is still perfect condition. Are you? Are you like immune? Or am I just not aiming properly? It's like a water recurve thing. That's what I thought. I'm not immune. I'm back! I'm back! Fish. Wait. If that's a 2-star fish, Rip doesn't want them. But I can put fish in the cart and take them to a butcher, and those sell for like $8 each. And also that's just XP. Alright, let me tell you. This is not how you're meant to fish. We'll give these to Crit, and then we're gonna take some stuff down to where are we at? We're in Annisburg. Not too familiar with this area up north. Alright.
Supplies are good. I'm a happy man. That's top notch.
Something else I did want to look up too. When you... With the trader job, to get a full delivery of 100 units, you have to refill the trader roll... Wait, what happened? Oh, blackjack? But you have to refill it 4 times. What happened to my vehicle? I put it away. I didn't think it got destroyed. Alright. Well, you know what? We can take 1 extra fish then if you're still here. Unless they despawned in that like 4 minutes when I was away from the rock. That would be lame. Lame. Did they get eaten? Okay, that's way less lame. They were right here, and now there's just... It looks like poop. It might be poop. I don't know if they got eaten anymore, but it kind of looked like it without the light. Ah, that's a little sad. There is no way I thought the camp would be too far away to house a couple of fish over here by the rock. There. I wasn't planning to stream awfully. Something. Squirrel. Oh, a muskrat. More. Don't gotta be fancy, I just gotta deliver. I don't even think I checked my actual regular dailies. Star. And I could take a duck or an owl. Oh, is that not an owl? Just debris. I never realized how common owls were in this game until I looked up. I saw a horny barn owl. Just floating, and actually the only reason I knew it was there is because it flew in front of the moon, cast a shadow the size of a house over me. But since then, I've just been looking up a bit more, and you see a lot of very quiet birds floating up. I also saw bats. What is that? Oh, is that the elk we hunted before? It's a shame you can't pick up larger animals. You can drag animals of any size with a lasso. But picking them up, selling them, it seems like such a waste to leave a whole elk there. I'll have to go back to just inferring that we take the whole thing with us in pieces when you pick it up. But you can't haul him into the cart. Even with the cart, you can't haul him into the cart. I would get if it's too heavy for horseback, but on the cart, you'd be able to get away with it. I mean, by the time you're getting to the size of elk, you're competing with horses in size. It's almost morning, so the ducks will be out. Speaking of waking up, I got my coffee here. It was fresh when we crashed the first time. It is now no longer hot or that fresh. Ducks are back. Not that I'm a good shot. I don't even know if 22 would get through leaves like that. So my initial stream plan. Technically, I had two options this morning, and the first was stream through to midnight, basically. Being that it's 8 in the morning now, it was a little bit ambitious. Ambitious. The way I talk sometimes, I'm gonna have to come up with like a legal defense that sometimes I just have stroke. It won't even be presented as a joke, it's just I have no other reason for why I talk such a mature sentence that I shouldn't. We're already a 1-star. I'm a bad shot. Oh well. I wanted to know if a fox counted for small animals or if that was a medium. I think the way the classification works in this game, small is anything that can be hunted with a 22. Medium is anything that can be hunted with a repeater, and large is anything that requires a rifle. I'm not sure if that applies to every animal, because you get some animals that are too small for 22s, and you get some animals that are technically too big for a rifle. You need like a scoped rifle for some. Oh, I can't donate fish to Crit. I forget it. Oh, really? He lived. Shot in the wing and still flying. I should go duck hunting the old-fashioned way and just wait for them to land in the water. No. We'll donate the duck first and see if that gives us a small animal prompt. Because if duck doesn't count, then I guess we'll just go collect squirrels over the course of the day. It's a big fish. It's a big redfish. I'm still looking for salmon. I need to know where salmon are in the game because I've not been able to catch one yet. And I was killed with a bow, so I guess we're finally buying a bow. Update clothing style. Exchanging outfits would work for that. Desert sage. Hideous. Hideous cleared. James Langton missions complete. Brown bats collected. Are you kidding me? I found out about bats yesterday, and I get the daily for them today. I would not have known about bats if I hadn't been watching that owl the other night. Player kills of the melee and showdowns. That's the one we won't be getting. Everything else here is actually fairly doable. We'll go buy a bow, we'll update our clothes. Desert sage. I mean, if it's in the name, I know where to go find it. If it's a red herring in the name, then I don't know where to go find it. Hideouts cleared. Little brown bats is probably going to be the only one I don't actually know how to get pretty easy. Alright, duck first.
Supplies are looking healthy right now.
This count as a small animal critter. Because if that doesn't, then those two probably don't either, which means that tiny animal... Hang on. I didn't even check, did I? Because it doesn't prompt. 3 out of 10. It doesn't. That means the muskrats won't count as well.
We're well stocked for the time being.
Good skunk.
Excellent. Thank
Good
you.
rabbit. So the frogs and the squirrels, maybe. Or rather, should. Yeah, wow. Anything that can be stored on the horse is too big.
Stocks are looking good.
Oh, okay. Frogs, squirrels, what else can you pocket? Certain types of birds out near Blackwater. I don't know a whole lot of what you can actually pocket when you hunt. But it looks like that's the requirement, is pocketing. What do you need? Small game arrows for... Alright. Well, since we're going to be hunting tiny little critters anyway, do you think that Annesburg... Oh. Get the compass back out of it. I'm going to try and reach... Is it Annesburg or is it Amber... no, Amberine is the state. Annesburg must be the town. I'm going to try and see if I can make my way over there. Using just the compass. Which, I have to say, black text on black semi-transparent background is not super easy to read. That compass is hard for eligibility. Oh, but this place is so good for deer. That didn't do it? No way. You go back up? Stop, horse. I thought with Deadeye you were pretty sure shot with that thing. Oh well. So, from here... Pretty sure it's south it's from where I am, it's southeast to get to town. But that way seems to be going into the mountains. We're gonna head back down towards the coast since it's a coastal town. And I'm gonna try my best not to get lost doing all of that.
What in hell? No damn time for you.
It's a wrap. We're gonna have to keep an eye out for squirrels and frogs and the sort. I know you can get a lot of frogs at north of Saint Denis. Is the game running worse than normal? It feels... everything still feels iffy. I don't... We crashed before trying to start stream, but everything feels just sort of... feels like I do. Like it needs a coffee. Oh, and something else I learned this week. You can feed your horse. And horse-only food cycles here. So no more just walking up to it and feeding it from the side. You actually get to pick from that menu. Nice. And on horseback too. You don't have to get off to feed it. You can feed it mid-combat. That same page also has horse tonics. So not only can you feed it mid-combat, I can brush it from... Oh, okay, I'm spoiled now. I can brush my horse without having to get off as well. I got very familiar with the weapon wheel the other night because we ended up putting a fair bit of effort and time into one of these coat to arms. It's basically wave defense, but it is some of the most fun I've had since Horde mode and Gears of War. They all probably come with different setups. I imagine some of these are really difficult to defend. Why is there a post? But we defended Blackwater as a team of 2. And it pays pretty handsomely. It's not the highest paying job you can do, but it's an entire gold bar for 40 minutes work. Which is pretty decent. If you can get a gold bar every hour in this game. Like, gold bars are like the premium currency. But they're also used interchangeably with cash in the sense that something that costs $1,000 would probably cost you 10 gold bars. Not the other way around. You can't buy things that cost gold with... So, if you have an infinity amount of gold bars, you can buy everything in the game. If you have no gold bars, you are locked out of certain things. And this call to arms mode, it took 2 of us, just the 2 of us, about 40 minutes to clear all 10 waves. Which isn't so bad considering most missions pay like 0.2 or 0.16. So if you're doing 0.2 gold bars every hour, sorry, most missions take like 10 to 15 minutes, not an hour. So if you're getting 0.2 of a gold bar every 15 minutes, you could do that 4 times in an hour and you get... Oh, my brain hurt. I just did math. It's less. That's all that matters. It's less. Pretty sure it's less. Tried with Darkest Sunshine but couldn't get past wave 6. It's not designed... It's definitely not designed for a team of 2 to take it on. That stuff is brutal. It took us 3 tries. So, first try, we did pretty well. We got to wave 8. The second time, we bombed out and went shopping afterwards. We got some new weapons, we changed our initial loadouts, we made sure we had close range, long range, we actually properly planned and strategized. And then the final attempt, the third and the one that worked, we actually properly figured out how to move your AI teammates into positions that they could actually have a proper chance of surviving in. And our AI teammates made it basically all the way up to wave 6 or 7. It was at that point they started just being popped off with sniper fire. But the AI teammates also helped out quite significantly. We were in Blackwater for ours, which was a very easy to defend town with how many buildings you could hide on top of. Also, the fact you're hiding on buildings means that when an enemy comes up, they have to climb the ladder. That makes them pretty vulnerable to anything like a shotgun. But that, yeah, it took focus. Oh, there is a gunsmith. You just can barely read it. It took a lot of focus to get through 10 waves.
Hey there. How's it been treating you?
I think it was wave 6, I went down, but I don't remember why.
Time here? Yes. Everything
yes?
is here in the catalog. Just make a selection, and I can bring it out for you to inspect.
Are you okay, or are you just comically alcoholic? Did you get in a... like, it looks so bad. It looks like you got in a fight. You might have actually got in a fight. You got a bruise on your forehead, too.
Just about every gun in this town came out of my store. Not sure I've kept the town safe, but I've definitely kept it armed.
Did you get robbed recently? I actually wouldn't mind trying solo. It sounds hard. But I think I could get to wave 6 solo. You're interested in joining? Sure. I mean, the only rule is don't randomly kill anyone else you see. I do, like, so a lot of missions, for example, I'm sure you know, when you take a trader mission in the game, it announces to the rest of the lobby, hey, this guy's got stuff, go kill him and steal it. I just ask that we don't do any of that unless it's, like, pre-arranged. I'm happy if you want to, like, come on comms or message and just be like, hey, I want to get this daily, and I kill you with an arrow 3 times. I'll be like, hell yeah, come get the daily. We'll trade. Right? I'm fine if it's not random deathmatch. I just don't want people running around with shotguns and lassos.
A high-quality gun will save your life many times over. That
but yeah,
is what I
know I reiterate that a lot because I know you would be perfect fit for the server. It's just I'm making sure I make that point very clear. The only thing that will ever get you kicked is random deathmatch. Probably a 3-strike rule for it. Because I'm sure there are a couple of people that were picking up the game recently through the sale. Probably don't realize, oh, a red dot on the map would be another player.
Most people in this town are just trying to survive. I like to
the idea is cooperative mission gameplay. But yeah, absolutely. If you want access, there's 2 versions. At the moment, where is it gone? At the moment, I'm using the public-facing one. But like I said, I trust you and I trust Darkest as well. If you guys want the one that is not going to be publicly shared, I can also give you access to that one too.
Here save up their money to buy
this one is basically friends only, and this one is the one that anyone here right now can see and you join. I usually stay in the public one because it's just me and my boyfriend Jonathan are the only people in there at the moment. So you would be the first people to join. But I'll give you both. If public gets too crowded or too rowdy, we can go back to the private one. But I don't mind a little bit of rowdiness. I think public will be fine for now. What I've been using. It is sort of mostly up to you. I prefer the exclusive private one or not, though, because if you don't want anyone else, that's also a preference that I sometimes feel. I gotta try. Dude. I actually don't. DM history.
A gun is practically a necessity in this town. Look around. Ask anyone.
Either that or I forgot your icon on Discord. Oh, there we go. I think public for now. We'll keep this one as our little pocket secret. If public does get too rowdy that people want something more private, then I'll give like friends only stuff out.
Now I'm the only store still open.
Yeah, like I said, public is literally only me and John at the moment. So different John. Too many Johns. Gotta keep track of them all. So you shouldn't run into anyone but us two. And I'll let him know that we've got people finally joining. Because, guess what this means, crazy? If you're joining, we can actually do a 4-man coat of arms. We could do the 4 group. Whole posse. We could get together and...
to survive. I like to think I offer tools to help with that.
I should just buy this bow and leave the shop so he stops talking. But no, we could actually do like a 4-man wave defense thing. I will admit, me and John are a little bit sweaty. We spent like 6 hours the other day just grinding at this stuff. And it was so satisfying to actually pull it off. But
all the weapons here
most of the
regularly
time,
maintained
we're
and
just
clean.
fishing or hunting
Coal
or
dust
chilling
gets
out.
on
We do a couple of
everything.
bounties here and there. But if you invite us to that wave defense mode, that was so much fun actually today.
People need their guns around here. I do my best to make sure they have guns they can rely on.
I assume you know how to get to Steam App's Red Dead data directory.
That is a very fine choice.
Yeah? It's super simple to set up. I do have to switch. The reason I have these files labeled as such is because I usually switch either between these two, or if I'm switching to Red M, I have to switch off and delete the one that's actually... But yeah, feel free to pass that along. Just
There are some desperate people in this
probably
town.
reiterate, it is
You may
the
want to
public one,
stock up
so
now.
if you see someone else besides a Bendugal or myself on the server, it could be someone joining from stream or someone who's joined using the Discord. But the idea is that they should be safe and they shouldn't be running around murdering people for no reason. Why not?
Please, take your time.
I am full on arrows. No way, you're kidding me. I actually have to craft small game arrows. Wooden inlay variant?
Once they closed the saloon here, I knew Ansburg's future was bleak.
Varnish. Look. Ooh, I do love my ash timber. Birch. I see. That's actually... It's super hard to see the wood grain on something this
Most
small.
people in this town are just trying to survive. I like to think I offer tools to help with that.
$23, why not? So, the one good thing about having... Oh my good lord. The one good thing about having more people on the server, too, is going to be that we can all sort of tag along to each other's stuff.
The conditions in that mine are getting worse by the year.
I've
If
got a
nobody
fully...
wants to work there, what would become of this town?
I've got a fully upgraded trader kit. I'm working on collector, but I can't really drag people along collector. And naturalist I can. So naturalist gives us legendary animals on the map. So in certain areas around the map, a legendary animal will spawn when I'm in the game.
You will not find one piece out of place, I assure you.
I'm not sure exactly how that's really going to work mechanically, because if I log in, if you log in and I join your game, then I don't know if I still spawn in legendary animals or if I have to... I don't know, they've probably got stuff. But I've got a lot of stuff. Hopefully I'll be able to... I am not speaking proper English. Hopefully.
Once they closed the saloon here, I knew Ansburg's future was bleak.
Really can't get small game arrows.
I know, so many high-quality items. It's hard to leave.
I can't tell if he was in a fight or not.
Bye now.
Where'd my horse go? Over here? Still over there.
You rested long enough here. Yes.
So the bow is on my back. Oh, before I forget, we have the easiest 20 gold nuggets in the world. There we go. 20 gold nuggets. Wasn't there another super easy one? Animals killed with a bow. So, I'm gonna have to figure out... I think Van Horn has a fence. We'll go down there and see what the fence recipe list has, because I don't know if it's fence or if it's the naturalist that has the small game animals. I forgot I added Linus. He vibrates a little bit, but I don't know how well that translates to 720p. I know small game animals are a recipe you buy. Small game arrows are a recipe you buy. Little brown bats color. I'd have to just... I know there's a cave actually not too far from where... Not too far from where I actually have my camp set up. James Langton mission's complete. I don't know who that is. No train. It's actually kind of funny. So not only is... Hey! You're okay. I don't even know what you're being upset about. If it's the train, can you stop walking sideways? What are you freaking out about? Scuff thingy button. Right. Is it on or off? Can't tell. Hang on. Scuff thingy button is off because I added an extra thing. It's the only thing that doesn't have the pixelation filter applied. Full HD 1080p. And it's now the image is 1080p. It's a wallpaper, or at least wallpaper sized. but it's compressed like the world's worst JPEG. I also have another one that's 4K, that is actually 4K in size. And it's even worse quality. Sparkle! Do we not have the announcer? Where'd the narrator go?
Board brave, board Brogden up, 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 board brave, board Brogden up.
Oh, what a cop-out. The character limit. I wanted to hear him say Charlie Sheen says I'm winning. Don't use Steam to play Red Dead? The game files will still be the same. So wherever Red Dead Redemption is installed, you will still have x64 data folders. It just won't be onto Steam apps. So I don't know how the Rockstar launcher works. I assume it asked you where to install it when you ran the installer. Because I don't think Rockstar has like a right-click show local file or show game files, does it? I am saying words out loud and immediately second-guessing what words I actually said compared to what words I think I said, and that's not good. Today might be a short stream and I'll have a nap. Perhaps, let me get back on the horse and we'll go over to Van Horn. And while I'm over there, I don't actually have, I can't use Social Club Launcher because it's open. Social Club Launcher is so weird, it locks itself out when you run a game. So I can't even use it to check Social Club installation settings. Off we go. Down to Van Horn. There is a fence. We're just gonna go park at the saloon. Right. Now. So. Yeah. Wherever this Red Redemption 2 folder is. Hey, there's a way you can find out. Crazy. If you've got Red Redemption in your start menu, you can right-click the program in your start menu, and it comes up with a... Oh, assuming you're on 10. I don't know about 11. 11 might have different looking... But, on here, there's always a more option. You do it with Audacity. Becky? There we go. So, when you go to more in the start menu, and you find your Red Redemption icon, you can go open file location. That will not take you to the place you need to be. What it will do is take you to your start menu. But what you can then do is click the icon, Red Redemption 2, and same thing, twice over. Open file location. And that will take you to where the program is installed. If you don't have it on your desktop or you don't have it in your start menu, then I don't know, because the shortcut to open the game is going to be your best bet, actually, if you don't remember where it's installed. Can I hydrate it?
Seen it long now.
Trampoline? Oh. Did you run someone over? I wasn't looking, I fell asleep. I was tabbed out. That's a little awkward. I thought you stopped for pedestrians when I was auto-walking. That's not good if you don't. But yeah, so to finish my thought too. Once you've gone to the EXE location, it's not X64, and then it's data. So the exe will be in the core directory. You've got x64 data, and then that bit. Oop, that bit there, where it's installed, x64 and data are the only places you need. You're stomping on this floor. Are you trying to get us drowned? Or are you just hungry? Ooh, there's a bottle here. Oh! Since we are in Van Horn, there's going to be a couple of things over here. But that's the 4 of cups.
Place like this, we'll get even old Scratch to give God some thanks.
Es verdad.
I need to... So, another thing that annoys me when I watch my own VODs, it drives me up the wall that I repeat myself. In the moment, I feel like I'm just making sure I get... Because especially while explaining things, I will go over things like twice or 3 times. Just to make sure that I'm explaining it properly. But it's a lack of confidence in my explanation that just wants me to go through and make sure. But holy cow, watching my own VODs back and trying to split them up into separate individual categories is just... nails on a chalkboard for me.
Well, how do
Hello.
you do, miss? Welcome to my shop.
Hello. Predator bait. Gun oil lock breaker costs 95, carrying 0 out of 1. I don't...
You know what you're spending your money on yet?
I don't know how important a lock breaker actually is, but I'm tempted. So, potent predator, potent herbivore. Is that a normal noise? Poison arrow, poison throwing knife, fire arrow, horse meal pamphlet, split point ammo.
You might not think a shop could survive in a place like Van Horn, but you'd be surprised.
I don't know what split point does. Small game arrow. There we go. 40
Now, that's
cash
a
left
fine
over.
choice there.
Now we can go craft small game arrow. Look at these prices! Ooh. It's not so bad when you can earn, what, 600 cash
Fair
every hour?
prices for fair goods,
And then some.
and even not so fair goods.
Because it's 600 cash every hour, but it's only the delivery itself that pays. So you just go do other stuff that also pays on the side. You can earn enough to do this in an hour. But it's like, eesh, you gotta min-max to get there, and you gotta buy things to get there, because when you start out, you're not earning anywhere near this. But it's in this, like, how much money is here?
I've been here over 20 years now, so I have. Van Horn had so much to offer once, but now, well, I still like it here.
Uh, 10 P's.
Fine.
Ooh. How much money did that cost? How many times have I reset this? Oh no. It's the 5th reset that we're going through now. No! We just reset 5 times because it starts at 0 and counts up to 1. Oh no.
I hope I see you again soon.
Alright, well, back to camp we go. Where'd my horse go? Oh, I actually parked him over there on the grass, didn't I? Your egg commands haven't worked in ages, by the way? No, they break like an hour after you end stream, basically. Or probably even before then. To get them to work continuously, you would have to go in every hour and turn them off, and then back on in a specific order, waiting 5 minutes between each one, so that they don't conflict in the wrong order, but they conflict in the right order. Because they all trigger basically on the same set of commands. Actually, so that's half true. There is a way to get 2 out of the 3 commands to work, and that's to disable egg. Get rid of the core command. And then the other ones that make us immune still work. But then you have to wait like the 5 minutes or so, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, and then you turn egg back on, and then ours will still work first, and then egg will work second, which is the way it's meant to run. But again, after an hour it'll break again, and then egg will work for everyone. At some point, when you... I think it could be either when you reset the bot, change the bot's name, anything to do with the bot reloads the commands in a different order and breaks them. But if you turn the core command off, the other 2 will work. So if no one can egg anyone, we'll still be immune, and it will come up with our custom text. I think that's actually... I don't remember if I put that on Demon's channel, but I think that was how I left yours for a little while. You want to rename the bot? You've got like 4 accounts. Just use one for the bot. Oh! Wait, can you not actually do that because you're on Streamlabs? Hey, there's a +1 to you moving over to OBS, Sparkle. Check this out. Let's go here and voila! Welcome to stream. Welcome to what I see. This here is OBS. Drag the window down. There it is. Look at it go. Look at it doing stuff. Look at it thinking really hard about me dragging things around. Oh no, I have broken... Oh no, I have broken my bot. Stop that. Stop it. There we go. Anyway. Welcome to OBS, not Streamlabs. Looks the same, runs the same, basically is identical, except it's not green. Oh. And I accidentally went into end stream. Okay, here is OBS. Hello. Welcome. Okay, we're done resizing and messing things around, but basically, this little thing here, called the activity feed, this is my bot. It's called Stream Elements for Streamlabs, or something. SE Live. Stream Elements Live. You use Stream Elements, I code all your stuff on Stream Elements. Use the Stream Elements store. This is the Stream Elements bot. It runs locally on my computer, and that window is it. So, if this window gets closed, the bot goes away. But also I get all of that CPU power back. Now, over here is the custom bot name. All the other stuff you don't really gotta matter about. But custom bot name. All you have to do, there's 2 options. Stream Elements, which is what you have. BordBrain, which is my account, which is signed into OBS. And Bouncer-Bocky, which is another Twitch account that I own. And that's what Bouncer-Bocky is, it's a Twitch account. Once you make the Twitch account, you sign into that account using this window here. Then you go send test message. Yes. Then you go save. Look at that. You get a custom little bot. I don't think you can do that with Streamlabs. I think this is it's OBS only. Because it's the SE Live installer. If you can get SE Live for Streamlabs, go for it. But I'm putting this towards a +1 to move over to OBS standard. You even got an import option. I don't know what for. Oh yeah, that's my bot. Right there in that window. I think I can even make an array to read out again. Huh? Okay. Oh, OBS looks more complicated because it's my OBS. If you want to, like, Normal OBS does not have this many windows. Normal OBS doesn't have the manager window. That's gone. That's gone. Normal OBS doesn't have... I'm not going to close it, but let me get rid of... activity feed. That's gone. What else is gone? Chat's normally not there. That's what normal OBS looks like. Very simple. I add things. I like adding. Like the manager. Activity feed. Chat. Chat? Where did my chat go? And my bot. I now have to make sure it's working again. Bot, are you there? Thank you. I'm not a bot. Don't believe the lies. Not a bot. Alright. But that's how it works. I don't know if SA Live plugin works for Streamlabs client, but yeah. It looks complicated because it's mine. That's the gist of it. Brush that back down. Put on my side. Is that a panther? No, hang on. Where are we going? Go, 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 go. Where are we going and why is it south? I can't keep up with... I know there were like a bunch of messages that appeared in chat and that have been drowned out because there's a panther behind me. And we're on our way back to Van Horn, which is not where I wanted to go. But now there's like a panther back there. Oh, stop. Horses are so temperamental sometimes. Okay, I need to go back to camp, not back to Van Horn. Then I need my shotgun out. Oh, I do have shotgun shells.
Ain't
That's
much
good.
gain. Guess it wasn't your day today, huh?
Stop changing weapons, please. Wait, I don't have shotgun shells? 0 out of 60s. Okay, back to rifle, I guess. That'll take out a panther. I just gotta aim with a rifle. So we'll see how we go. Okay. Back to your regularly scheduled programming. The fancy stuff. Oh! I'm a bit of a dolt. I didn't get any of these collectibles over in Van Horn. Is there anything in Annesburg? No. There is a coin. There's an egg in a cave. There's an egg down there. Wait, that's not an egg. Maybe we take a detour over here for the random item. Oh, I know exactly where that is. That's that annoying thing on the tree. Whoop. On the tree ridge thing. Willie Nelson, I saw you come in. No, well, I suppose it was a bit of an awkward time, but we're still in Red Dead. Showing you OBS trying to convince you to change. You were ready to throw Streamlabs in the bin last night, Sparkle. Trying to convince you to change. Apparently what I have to do is like unplug an audio cable. Back in Red Dead, I see? Yes. Anytime. God, how much have I missed out on? Scrolling on chat makes me zoom in and out on the map. How you doing, Raiden? Did you actually get some sleep since last night? I haven't. I left Crazy's stream to go shopping, made dinner, and then people came over. Now it's 9 in the morning. Would which is probably a good reason to redeem tea time, and I shall go do so. However, a bit of heresy today, because I'm going to be making myself coffee, not tea. I did hydrate and I did calorate. Thank you very much. I even verbally said so, it was just very delayed. Like right now. Oh, right. Treasure. It is... somewhere along that line here. I don't know what that line is, but... Oh. I'm getting my hotkeys mixed up. So... this one's different to the one I found the other day then. And I'll admit, I did drink water just now. It's way less obvious without the sound of it. But I didn't calorate. I got a box of little apricot bites here. Quite nice. That one off the list. Next up is going to be the coin along that road because I've got a daily for 3 coins. Oh, that was a necklace. That's good luck. It's been resetting every night for 3 months, 5 or more times a night. See? I don't need to do convincing. Streamlabs will just kill itself on your PC sooner or later and you'll have to switch. Oh, I got mud on my dress. You have slept? I'm glad. Did you get decent sleep? You mentioned you were going out today, or have gone out already. I hope you did get enough sleep. Didn't go? That's okay. I don't remember actually what it was, but I was about to ask if you could make the trip another day. I know things like, got some friends who are going to PAX soon. And that goes over the whole weekend. So if you miss one day, it's not the end of the world, but... for me, I'm planning to go to the farmer's market in the morning. Oh no. I'm planning to go to the farmer's market in the morning. Okay. Well, that ship sailed. As I was gonna say, the farmer's market comes around once a fortnight, but only half a day. So if you miss it, you gotta wait a very long time to reschedule that. But to be fair, it's pots and pans and milk and beef and stews and jerky, right? I don't need to go there, but it's... no. I like my fresh jam. I'm glad you're able to reschedule though. Because then you get to the next step of things happening infrequently and some of them end up being yearly.
Good morning.
I hope the boys weren't too disappointed. a small fire here. Are they dumping, like, stuff from the mine here, or is this like a burnt area? But honestly, it could be either. What do they call stuff from mines? I should know this because of eco. It's horribly toxic stuff you get out of mines. But, I mean, this does look like the work of the fire. But you can poison soil with the byproduct of mining stone and rock. They're just not telling you. Hey, and they need lease tech to go tomorrow. They can only be so disappointed if they still end up going. Much better than not going at all, for sure. Because that, I know, there were some times when I was really young, not being able to go to things I wanted to go see, like, oh, when the new movie came out, it didn't matter which one. If I wanted to go see the new movie, I would have been just upset, distraught that I didn't get to go. But movies in our house were, like, super rare. You did not just go to the movies. You had to, like, save up your pocket money. And I think that led to the disappointment a lot more. Because even though I might have saved up my pocket money for a movie ticket when I was young, I still needed my parents to drive me down. So it's like, oh, we got enough to go to the movies. And the parents are like, no, we just want to eat pizza and not do that. We don't want to go down to the city tonight, so we're just not going to. And we sit there with our pocket money and just go, but the new movie. At least they still get to go. It can only hurt so much knowing that they can still go there tomorrow. It's the one part that sucked about growing up so rurally. When you're in the middle of nowhere... When you're in the middle of nowhere... It's a lot harder... It's a lot harder. Excuse me. I'll be right back with you in a sec.
We gonna have fun with you, lady.
Where can't I shoot? Tiny frames here and there. Got the evil eye, but it works in my favor. Sometimes. Woo! Alright. Am I done focusing? Can I go back to being relaxed and picking up coins and dirt, please? Holy cow. I think I can stow. Hold on. Science needs to happen. Do you think I can stow a human in my hunting cart? Despite the frame drops, I think I handled that pretty well. Ooh! And a free bottle of alcohol. Absinthe. Nice. No, you can't. Holy cow. Nothing to see here. Walk away. $0.10 from that guy. Ooh, he had a Molotov. My cores are pretty dead at the moment. Prime beef. Oregano. I'm so hungry. Alright, tea time. Blackjack, what are you still doing here? Why are you a Kentucky Saddler? Oh, because you're not Blackjack. You're one of the horses that they rode on. You know what? Hey. Hey. Calm down. We're gonna go hunting, you. Hey? Ow! Oh, we were gonna go hunting? What in dirt? Dead animal. There's a legendary animal over there. I don't have my sedated rounds though. Do I dismiss my hunting cart and get my horse out? I don't know what that is. I'm kind of worried to go find out. But we'll go sample it. I've not done many stuff for the naturalist yet. I keep getting pop-ups since taking the job that tell me the naturalist hates when I kill animals and she'll get mad at me. There's no way that mechanically works. Right. You're not going to be able to follow me here. Actually, I'm not even sure how sedative rounds work on legendary animals. I don't think I have... Ingredients, material... I'm sorry, what? I've just got a pickerel in my pocket. Kit. A map displaying locations of legendary animals? Where did I get that? Oh wow. It's like in-game map. I actually have to look at this and remember. Good thing Steam screenshots are my memory. Animal field guide, lures, the shovel, pocket watch. Oh, silver pocket watch. Wait, I can use the pocket watch as I loot off the dead people. kind of like silver better. Look, antler trink. Player has a higher chance of receiving better quality pelts and skins from animals. Right. I don't have any super secret smell stuff. I also still don't know what it is. Like, it could be dangerous. I know the collector, or at least I think it's the collector, sells better binoculars. But you are going to have to stop. Stay here. Can I tie you to a tree or something? Rocky Mountain Bull Elk. It's not... Are you still following me? Go away. I will call you when I need you. Oh my word. What's this place? I apparently have not studied a black-tailed jackrabbit. See any? Turkey? I don't hear it anymore either. I don't know if they move. Maybe we should check the map and make sure we're not hunting anything too... It looks Pomeranian just went live. I get a bit slack at it. It's especially hard to be tapping out. Often read. Take advantage. Preoccupied. Alright. We join the nest. Nest. That map, real quick. Sorry. I can't use it because I'm crouched. What happened? So what are we meant to be tracking? It is... It's a what? It's an egg? There's a moose up north. There's goats in the east, grizzlies. You've got wolves and another moose. Probably a ghost moose. So you've got variants that are shadow and ghost variants of animals too. Oh, interesting. Is that coyote or a fox to the west of Saint Denis? Must be coyote because there's a shadow fox. White-tailed deer over there is the black water. West of black. So, is it a... I mean, it should look... To me, that looks like an egg with a bone sticking out the ground and a little thing, egg shadow. But if I'm just gonna try and guess my best, probably some type of beaver. It's next to a river. Oh, you can kind of see it when you zoom back out. Alright. I don't hear it anymore. Do they despawn if you take too long? Oh, Marie. I'll walk down the mountain. Oh, good enough. You're actually gonna fight me. Well, look. I'm not the one that ran at you. Oh, I completely... No. You'll be fine. This game has had a weird mix of making me both feel bad for animals and tell myself that just pixels, I shouldn't feel bad for them. I don't have to go make sure it's not suffering, as it's just pixels. But I do still kind of... He seemed in pretty good health. I think all I did was shoot him in the antler, which would have hurt. He'll live. The follow-up shots I didn't hit any of, so he'll be fine. Now, speaking of shooting animals, but positively. Is that a thing? I mean, the naturalist tells me it's a thing. I got the naturalist role and she's like, you can go shoot animals, but for good. And then she gave me these bullets. And then you can pop animals with the bullets. And they go to sleep. Unless you sprint at them, then they wake up. Ooh. Quiet. He's very quiet. But I heard him. Verdant western chipmunk. Oh, is that fox over there? There he is. The North American beaver. is your far more important cousin? Parky. The legendary moon beaver. Study. Study? I studied it. Alright, so now, without any information of what I'm actually meant to do, I'll try and sedate it. Go to sleep, go to sleep. Ow. You look quite alright. That did you in. Look. Stop it. Stop it. Can I stop flicking over my shoulder, please? One of you is gonna fall asleep, right? But, oh, stop swinging wildly, would you? Oh! Sleepy darts need multiple. It credits as a kill. But then they fall asleep. And then you take a sample. Revive a sedated animal by holding E to use the animal reviver. Okay. Oh, you just stop. You think you'll be okay? I mean, you get bad karma for hurting them anymore. Okay, now we know. There's a moon beaver over there that we gotta shoot a lot of times, apparently, not just once. That makes a little more sense. I don't know if he will wake up if I don't revive him, but I also can't craft the reviver. I don't have the recipe. Oh, why can't I? Not flat ground. Give me a sec. I'm gonna see if I can wake him up. Onyx, ammo, weapon, hunting, legendary animal pheromones, the reviver is locked. Recipe not. Alright, well, he'll be fine. I'm sure he'll be fine. Already got too many materials here to take home, so. Oh, these guys are heavy. Alright, if there's any here that actually have more than 1 star, should take that one back. Where did he come? What? Throw hands. Stop. Where did he come from? He did wake back up. Bastard. Right, so you straight up can't sample them if they've been skinned. Or other way around too, I suppose. Can't skin them if they've been sampled. I love that they don't do any damage. They just nibble at your toes. I was gonna let them all live too. Let the pelt go. I'm never comfortable this close to a horse's ass. Although, so we're here to sample it. But I don't, if you sample it, you can't butcher it. So then you have to find it again in order to get the pelt. That's fine. We'll sample it. We'll just let it wake up. It'll be fine. I should have stirred one of these if that's the case. It's my thought process. Alright, so now we know with the sedative rounds, you just gotta keep going until it drops. As if you're shooting it to kill it. Which of the units? Oh, it escaped. Okay, it's fine. I didn't know they could escape. I was kind of leisurely strolling around. Well, I don't even know where we are. Did we even get that item? Yes, that's the burnt trees. So then... on our way back to the camp... where are we stationed? South of all of that. Sleepy! We got one. Da 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 da. Samba. Stick it with a needle. And we're doing good things. Needles were definitely sanitary in the 1890s. We're not giving animals diseases or killing off the population or anything like that. So, if that's how this works, how do you down deer? Is it 2 or 3 shots per animal every time? Can I just dead-eye 2 shots into the side of a deer and get it to go to sleep? Because I'd used the sedative shot on deer before. And... you're too big. You lot aren't. Crip doesn't care about how many, he just wants bodies. Quality. Crip doesn't care about quality, he just wants bodies. The daily. Oh. Oh, that's not a small animal. I swear that was a small animal. Terrible at judging this. Don't trip. Get off the animal, please. Adios. Yeah, that's what you get. I'm gonna remember that. I can punch you and pretend. By skinning an animal and waving my arms around. Alright. I thought that was a chipmunk, but it like disappeared the moment it left my field of vision. I thought they were both chipmunks. That's a puddle. Blackjack, you are the absolute worst for stopping. I have to like spam the stop button for you to stop. You're at a trot, and if I just hold the stop button, okay, there you go. See? That's all I need you to do. Oh! I wasn't using sedative rounds that time. Oops. Do you think that farm owners would get mad at me if I start sedating their animals? Like, can I just go to Valentine, sedate all the sheep and pigs, and legally be fine because they're just sleeping? I mean, there's a whole category in the naturalist catalogue for domesticated animals.
You actually choosing to look like that?
And stop.
You got a death wish I'm about to make come true.
Oh, you fucker, you had a shotgun. I don't have a shotgun. Oh. I need to get more shotgun shells. I don't know how to aim. What the hell is that noise? Alright, let's try this. I only put 2 rounds in. Great. Never mind, because I missed one. I'll never know if it's only 2. So we'll just have to wait to find. It's an elk. Elk are pretty big. Let's go 1, 2, 3. That's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, the elk shrugged off 4 rounds. Did it shrug off all of those too? How many do you need in an elk to take it down? The headshots count for more. Is it still accuracy based? I have questions and I'm not finding out the answer. Oh, placement is hard. But also, that's assuming shot placement is necessary. Alright, so this anything that puts in my pocket, sedative rounds kill. Gotcha. I also know no matter the size, sedative rounds kill fish, birds, and something else. Without any thought. There's no damage calculation. Sedative just kills fish and bird. Something in the chemical doesn't sit well. Where did this elk go? Alright. Considering how many sedative shots we put into the elk, I'm going to assume it is accuracy based. You'll have to know how to hit a shot. What is that? Black squirrel. My core is empty again. I wonder if it's possible to get herbivore and carnivore bait that comes laced with sedatives. Because that would make this so much easier, and I would still feel better not shooting the atlas when it comes to not hunting. Well, they end up costing like $2 grand for the recipe, but for the meantime... So, regular archery have different grades of animals. The regular arrow, I think, is kind of treated like a rifle round, but we'll figure that out, I suppose. Well, you do still need to go back to camp to make small game arrows. No, don't run off. This is a rifle, then this is overkill. Oh, wow, the bow sucks. The bow's got it's not like dead accurate. I guess you're not meant to hip fire it, so they made the cursor sway, but that's hard. Where did that deer go? I feel like if the bow counts as a rifle, I should put it on my back and take the sedative rounds out. That. Because then, the limitation with the sedative rounds is you only get one weapon. There's no sedative arrow, there's no sedative rounds for every weapon, it's just only the 20. So... like sedative is the small weapon, arrows is the big one, assuming the arrow is a rat. It also kind of works out. The arrows, the bow. Having small game arrows, poison arrows. The variety of the bow is going to make it useful. No matter what we do. Because it's just going to be having the ammo count instead of the weapon. Why is nothing out here at the moment? Something. I feel like just heading back to the camp is gonna get us more luck hunting. Okay. That's not good. We're not taking chances. I am not messing around with predators. I was posting in my Discord. I fought off a pack of 4 wolves and a cougar and somehow survived. I'm never going to top that. I'm never going to do better than that. The only thing I could do better than that would be a bear, and I don't think there's any way you can fight off a bear. How I survived 4 wolves and a cougar in the same fight, I will never know. We are not messing around. Go to sleep. I can't put you to sleep. Go to sleep. That was needlessly violent. Good. Fine. I think you're gonna collapse down here. I think you're gonna like physics into a weird spot and just fall over. Well, I got the first half right. I wasn't expecting you to physics back up the mountain though. That was weird. But we're alive, so welcome. Kind of weird. Okay. I need to go dig up more coins. I need to do like... We looked into do dailies and all I've done is dawdle around very slowly. So, the naturalist is in Strawberry, but I think she has a camp out here somewhere in Amberino. No, that's not the button I wanted. Because that's important, because I want to go buy a tonic from her. I know... What's her name? It's down near... Or what's her name was? Where is what's her name? Ooh, what's the daily? Gambit. Yellow cat petrified wood fossil, rainbow petrified wood fossil, and the common petrified wood fossil. Why are these all highlighted then? Probably gonna turn off the low inventory count. That's what that does. Highlight low items. There we go. That's what I want to get rid of because I think that's happening for some reason on the bottles of alcohol. Because if the daily is collecting petrified wood, we can do that pretty easy. What I do wish this plugin had, this website, I wish I could click here. I want to click this list on the left instead of having to type it. But I think wood fossil is a random gen anyway, isn't it? It's a fossil. So any fossil location, I just have to do all fossils. Oceanic megafauna or coastal, I don't know the difference. I assume you can get wood from it. Alright. Where are we heading back to? Got a grizzly or a black? It was a black bear. We're fine. Lost the camp, however, though. You know what? You're staying behind. Because you're just gonna get me killed. Okay? You stay here. I'll be back. Picking apples. what I'm doing. Picking apples. The bear apples. Gonna go pick them. Needle. Let's see. I could be concerned about the people over there. I don't exactly have myself equipped for combat. Oh. Bear? How many does a bear take? Why does a bear hide behind a rock? Where's the bear? Hey, there we go. Take a nap. There you go. Very angry. So we're gonna make this. There you go. I'm leaving now. Because I get the odd feeling he's gonna wake up and attack me if I don't get out of the area. Now, this guy. Keep firing when you do that. I got the audio cue. Does that mean he's gonna take a nap? There we go. Oh, he's not actually napping. He's like super stressed. There's a bird egg here. Is this leading me to the same spot, or is there something else? You'll be okay, I think. I think it's leading me to the same dig site. Superpower is wisdom. drink a bottle, it becomes an open bottle. You don't drink the whole... Wait. No, no, no. I'm being dumb. I throw it on the ground, it's smashed. You drink the whole bottle. What I picked up was half a bottle off of one of those people. God. Hello?
Christ, you kill all them sons of bitches?
Brown rat?
I was by the water and they came out of nowhere, just chasing
Study
me
the
down.
brown rat.
I don't know why I ran in there, but then they had me trapped.
Oh, study the brown rat.
I'm camping up the hill a ways with my
Study
friends.
the brown rat.
Christ, no more of them!
Oh, we'll be fine.
No one of you's getting away.
We would be fine if I could aim. Blackjack, you're not helping.
What a goddamn hell of a day.
Where's this jingle? The jingle is on top of the rock. There is no way I am hearing that from all the way over here. No, there's a jingle in this cave. Oh! Well, we got that one. Jingle I should be hearing is to the south.
Can we go, please?
Sure. You want to go spelunking? Oh, I have a cougar on the back. You'll have to walk. Good music stuck in my head.
Do that later, damn it.
Ooh, give me a sec. I'm gonna die. Where is it? I wonder why there's a Viking burial tomb here. Got that one. We're going over here. But I think... No, we gotta go down south. Our camp is like here, isn't it? In the crossroads. Too far. Very deep. Glad you didn't get swept away. Actually, so I don't know if I invented this memory or if it's real, but I remember Red Redemption 1 having water mechanics that swept you under your like you could lose your footing in water. Maybe they got rid of it for Red Dead Online? But I swear I remember there used to be... Horse, can you stop turning?
Come on! Can't we get back there?
Give me a sec, I want a squirrel. I remember it being a mechanic though, was that you'd get swept off your feet and fall over while crossing water rapids. I am going to be very sore if that's a thing in the single player version of Red Dead Redemption 2 as well. Because if it's in the single player version of this game, then I'm just so used to not doing it that I'm gonna get myself killed. Jump! Come on! Jump! Jump! Stop gluing to the rock. I know you can do this. There you go. Pull it down, horse. Every time I start this game, and I don't know, the horses
All right.
more and more
Thanks.
seem to not listen.
Guess we ain't
But
too
again,
welcome around here, huh?
I suppose
Here.
this is the first time I've
This is all
taken
I got.
Blackjack out on a proper adventure. Maybe Little Pip is just the best horse for me because they've got a good temperament and they listen. You the people I just helped? Hello.
How do you do? Hi, miss.
I wonder if I can cook arrow at any campfire or if it needs camp. Alright, we gotta get Crips production back online. This is the thing that I don't... Like that. The horse just straight flat missed the corner while I was holding the turn button. The horse mechanics are nice. But having a sentient boat is not. Why did you pull out a shotgun? I didn't tell you to pull out a shotgun. I told you to pull out my currently equipped rifle. Alright, let's get focused on the dailies. I want to smash a handful of them out. Small animals are anything I can put in my pocket, apparently. We have the bow, 10 kills with the bow. We can craft small game arrows, so 2 birds, 1 stone.
Well, look who it is.
It was right.
We're well stocked for the time being. Very nice. I suppose this will do. Okay, then. No comment. Yeah, anything's better than nothing. Well, if you
Hunting
insist.
again. I'll keep hunting. Oh, no, hang on. We still have a regular campfire, we do. 20 out of 20 donations to Crypt. Oh, that includes pelts. That would have made things easier. So, we've got ammo to make. So we donated 20 animals total. We need 10 bow kills and small animals. I think was Also, the fence has a thing you can buy that lets you craft multiple of things at the same time, and I absolutely love that. Crafting one thing at a time is not super great. I like things that are more specific. See, if I could craft 10 of these, I would be happy. Ammo, you have no recipes available. Oh, hang on. Note. Documents. Vector's map. Natural recipe pack. The frontiersman's requirements. Arrow, feather, shotgun shell casing. Does it use shotgun ammo? Obtain a single feather, one common arrow, and a spent shotgun shell case. While on the trail, combining campfire ashes left of the cooking pot to make soap. Sounds horrible. I suppose it from a technical standpoint. Feather time! Surround feathers. Missed. Rip, you don't want the mink, do you? I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a trip to the local butcher. And there's a hideout to the north. Wait, big carcass? Hang on, we've got fish in there. You're telling me big carcass means I can't store a little thing? Alright, well, in a bit of a waste of a summon. Back to the regular horse it is. One more bird, then I'll craft some feathers. Arrows with the feathers. Why is the blue jay a 2-star? Live your life, be free. I haven't done any fishing today. That was what I planned on doing. I also... I flat posted in... I posted in the RedM server that I was going live because I planned to log into RedM and then my whole system crashed. And we backed out the regular. So... Oh. Yeah. Complete stuff of them. A duck. If I got the other duck, but I just flipping its wing. I have to worry. about downstream? Floating rock. Mm. I'm poor. Let's notice that. You think I can sedate humans with the sedative? The ducks have all gone home now. I'm gonna need another bird. I can hear that raven, just can't see it. I'd have to leave like a carcass out and get it unpick it. I wonder if I leave a fish out, if they will eat the fish. I don't know if there are any fish out here today. I think I see a rabbit across the river. Oh, there's a fish. Come on. Come on. I saw you out there. Skunk. One more. You know what, actually? I'm gonna throw the line out, and I'm gonna go boil the kettle. Because I need coffee, and it was redeemed like an hour ago. So, let's go get some. And I'll be back to finish reeling in the line soon. Oh, Psyduck! I want a Psyduck. Over to people's houses.
Wading through a ruthless wasteland, stealing glimpses at the light. Whoever thought we'd be walking without you? You were the glue that kept us all so tight. Darkness wants to last forever. All that's good just seems to pass. The insight you had that you gave to us freely, you made our view grow brighter and clearer by passing through your glass. And now that we are on our own, the rain has gotten wetter. All the clouds are more dark, but we will make these things better. For sure I know we'll take heed of the whispers left in our ears like shadows that could be. We have dreams and inner demons. We push on through our regret. We're thinking about all the joy and our victories, even while sadness snares us in its net. So I know that we'll remember, even if we need you now. It's easy to start, but it's so hard to finish. Living without you, there's less to hold on to. It's so much harder now. And now that we are on our own, the rain has gotten wetter. All the clouds are more dark, but we will make these things better. And now that we are on our own, the road has gotten longer. With every step we take, we are growing ever stronger. Had your sister back in school on the Philly flyer for a mile or two. We was thick as thieves, 2 hairs and a tail. Even got myself up to Cloudsdale. A flock of friends flew me up, held tight. Bass and the liquor were pounded till the daylight. Drunk in my brain like a meteor crescendo. Then they started chucking ponies out the window. One by one were thrown off and flew back up doing tricks. It happened fast and somehow I got tossed up in the mix.
Hello. Hey, coffee, fresh. I even got some cake. And we were gone, hoping that one of those fish over there grew some interest. Oh. Pass them over. A bit of a song and dance. Oh, he gave up. Why did you give up? Come back. Look, I'm a funny little spinning lure thing. Don't you want a funny little spinning lure thing? The reason I wanted to log into Redden this morning is because I wanted to just go fishing all day. A, I need the money, and B, I need to learn how the fishing in Redden works, because it's completely overhauled and seems to be run by a plugin. Fish don't reel towards you, they reel towards the coast. So when you're on a pier, they reel away from you, which is bizarre. Master. Where we got to here? I was gonna use this for bait for birds, but at this rate, I could just wait out the night. What do we get? The red fins, what's that? Northern pike. Lovely. Stow it on the horse. I wonder, we got some feathers. We need a regular arrow, some feathers, and a shotgun casing, and we can make small game arrows. So let's at least try and make some before we... Because the spent shotgun case is going to be the most interesting part. You just use a regular shotgun shell. It doesn't, like, it's not spent. You just... Right. Well, I can still manage that. Because that was my curiosity. There is no such resource as a spent shotgun shell that I knew about, so... Figured it would have been... Oh! 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 Hello! Buckshot incendiary rounds, hey? Citadel Rock, Diablo Ridge, and East Watson got duplicates of. That's something else I could do if we are going to stick with Red Dead Online today and not Reddit. It hurts saying that out loud, but it's already been 3 hours. We've got to look. We've got a long day ahead of us. It was planned to be a short stream, but at this point, I don't think it's going to be. We have done nothing in 3 hours, very, very slowly. Alright. Double count. Oh. Hang on. Why do we need feathers if we already start with a regular arrow? Kind of sus. So now what, do we have only 2 small... Wow. What is it graded for? Duck. Duck is great. Small game. That's a duck right over there. Let's test our aim. Test out these new arrows. Oh, that's not even a duck. Snake. If it weren't in the water, I'd get out my binoculars and actually study it a bit further away. Oh. Package. Buddy. Come on. There we go. Where are my ducks? Use a repeater for a clean kill. And then let's see. This one. Oh! You get your arrows back. Good, good, good. And that seemingly didn't degrade it. Does that make the bow busted? Oh, this is too big. There's a fish on the back of the... We'll be back for the ducks. Actually, they're already there. We gotta be back for the ducks. Because the ducks are gonna float down river, so I can't go get them. That's fine. The ducks are still okay. We didn't disturb them. Good. Let's get this away.
Docks are looking good. Beautiful.
Looks like flight feathers are what you need for arrows, not the animal feathers. Which is fine. Woo! There's another one. So, 4 little ducks. Two of them down. The other one wouldn't have lived if it flew off with its friends. A perfect duck with a flying bird with an arrow. That's not repeatable, that's a once-off, surely. Replace duck! Oh right, that's the one that's been butchered, hasn't it? Speaking of... We need the feathers, that's what we're here for, isn't it? It means there's a mallard duck just gonna be left on the ground because the crypt doesn't want it. I can't put it in the cart. But there's no point leaving a 3-star carcass behind. Annesburg have butcher. You know what? I gotta try it. Silly as it would. What is your problem? You are so skittish today. I'm gonna put you back. We're gonna get Little Pip out because Little Pip doesn't give me grief. What? Is it the lasso? You don't like the lasso? Fine. It's not that long of a walk to Annesburg. Do they have a butcher's table? They do not. House is nearby. Oh, he doesn't want anything but pelts either, does he? Van Horn does not have a butcher's table either. Emerald Ranch. We would have to go all the way down to Saint Denis for the butcher's table. That's a bit far. In fact, I think it's so far it would go. Can you lot stop? Stop! What's going on? Wait, what button is being pressed that I don't know about? Stop. Get rid of all of these. Click and drag normally. Thank you. So, it's actually the same distance either way to get to Saint Denis or Valentine. Good. Because Annesburg doesn't have a butcher's version. And you can't fast travel with something on your shoulder. So, do we go on a collector's spree, Annesburg and south? We are... It's a cave system right here. I don't know why the map is... No, it's over here north of the A. So it looks like we're gonna be doing... treasure hunt. There's a buried random item. Why would you go all the way out there for one random item? Alright. We're going from Annesburg. Well, we're going from that cave to random jewelry. Actually, no. Ooh, this is gonna be awkward. I think it is zigzag a little bit here, because going like that, sweeping back around, doesn't make sense if you're St. Denis. So we zigzag. Jewelry is east of the G, and the egg is west of the G. Lake. And our first stop is north of A. Alright. Although technically with more birds, hang on. We can make more arrows. La da da da. Why am I running so funny? Ooh. It's the cave entrance just there. I think it's the cave. I think there's a bear in there. Oh. Even better. People. My horse is following me on top of Cave. And I think... Oh, I was about to say... I think I need the metal detector, but nope. In the chest. One is done. The two. Is over here. Better to follow the road. Deer. Oh dear. Scared them. Big deer. Oh dear. All I remember was due west north of a lake. I haven't even marked it on my map. From there, from the lake, there's one south of the lake too. From the lake we go sort of at an angle down to Van Horn. Oh! He was very quiet for a deer that was running full speed at me. I just wanted some of the flowers and I got bitten. Alright. Exactly where on the lake I don't know. We'll mark that one. It is over there. Either above or below, I don't know. Ooh. That's dangerous. Blackjack will find a way. You know, maybe if we read the tooltip here. In a nest on the ground. You know, that does kind of... I said it does kind of help, but I realized that's still the ground up there. I think it's down there. I get 4 duck eggs last time. Yeah. 5 duck eggs this time. How many duck eggs do I have? Duck egg. Collection sold 1. I want to know how many duck eggs I had. It told me I got 5 out of the nest. Alright, so that's the duck egg. Map. There's 2 things here, bitterweed and a bracelet. Inside the tree to the south of the lake. That we got that there. So the next 2 will be pretty quick. we're not far enough along. So the next awkwardly clear patch of ground. Oh, it's inside a tree. It's not actually buried. The shadow's so close. I feel like everything about this game is running poorly today. Over here. Oh, all the collectible trees look the same. Also, oh, of course, there's two here because there's the plant. Look at this thing. Add one to that, sure. Up. Next up is the one we've got marked. There's a little encampment here. Full of people and everything. Oof, though. Hello. Next is buried arrow. There's two here. Knights of Pentacle. And a crate sitting on the... Every time I'm worried to trample the duck. Blackjack. That one. South. East to Van Horn. Should get my proper weapons out, actually. I do have shotgun ammo. Look, where's Van Horn? Oh, there's Van Horn. A fireplace. Oh. Next is a bottle of liquor. That's 6 gold bars already. I spent 15 of them yesterday and had 0. No, not me. You probably want to skip the fossil, but I need fossils for the daily. Oh, I didn't need to throw it. I thought I was picking it up. Hey, Keto, welcome in. Alright, so the next is one of these islands. That one there, I think, is where the fossil is. Oop! Or it's still okay. That's not, like, if that is the island, that's not so bad. Alright, that is the island. That one done. Next up, I think we do drop the cards. I think we run straight to random item 10. Then straight down to Saint Denis. We're halfway there. Cue the Bon Jovi. I don't know what that noise is, but it sounds hard. that's not it. We're a little off.
Whoever you are, I don't take no chances on the road at night.
I'm gonna go straight here. Between the fossil and that car. How many dailies have we done on this trip? Quite a few. 2 out of 3 for the collector. We need 2 more arrowheads. That's fine. Delivery wagon traveled on mission. We can do that in a while. Naturalist, we need to buy and use one of those tonics. Three animals killed with a bow. Desert sage. 2 hideouts cleared. Plankton. Little brown bats. So much we could be doing, but haven't. The vicious sounding pig. Oh, I wonder if that is the vicious sounding pig. Mr. Pigsworth himself. Doggies. I gotta be careful actually, not far to the west was actually a vicious sounding doggy I need to be careful of too. Alright. I wish I could auto run and then open up the browser so I could check where I need to go next. But I'm pretty sure we're in Saint Denis at our next stop. so far. There we go. Right up with my bird. There's my duck. There. And the next one is... You're not sure. Big piggy. Look at him go.
Man, my ass is killing. Not much of the horn there, sir.
made it. That's all the family heirlooms found too. Now, down to the butcher. We can turn in the heirlooms. But I think we're gonna hold for a little bit longer. The game is definitely running worse. I feel like I'm gonna reboot the game just to see if I can get it to run a bit better. Because it shouldn't be chopping this badly.
That game? You looking for a buyer?
Horse really stuck.
Whole lot of ugly business here.
Why is the horse stuck that far back? On the road?
All right. I'm here most days.
Need the stuff on your back. This is stuck. You are literally not stuck. We're just standing still for no reason. I'm gonna restart the game. Running trash. Even in Saint Denis, it shouldn't be this bad.
You selling that prize?
I made it. Have a fish.
Dime a dozen
Steak.
these days.
Steak
Okay.
again.
Lucky this is popular, how common it is.
Look. You need beaver teeth for crafting.
Dime a dozen these days.
I don't think my horse is here. Horse! I swear.
Pleasure doing business.
I'm getting a little bit back up. Wondering about the horses listen.
Something the matter?
Your face. Got him. Oh. That's better. Look at that. That is hard. Alright, we're going to even log out in Saint Denis to prove that it doesn't run like bad. No. Over here by the fast travel stick. Be back in a few minutes. Alright. Load back in there. But hopefully that fixes a bit of the lag. Rip me loving into Red End today. At least on stream. I wonder what this loading screen loads. I think we're all... Look up north, we made the trip down, carried a bird on our back. We're free to go back up north. You know, for the trip, we really didn't earn all that much money. Need feathers. Science. You're actually pretty low on supplies. Materials.
Alright, moving right along.
There, I bought you some more supplies. I'm gonna go get you some more materials. Where are you going? Come back. Work of a horse. Now what? leather for now. I think I've got enough feathers for the time being. So a little bit more duck hunting could be good. Does the bow have a stat? I feel like there's has to be like a mechanic for getting used to the bow. Alrighty, duck.
Docks are looking good.
Duck feather can go. Light feather, no. The right.
Beautiful.
I assume that I'm probably lost by now. Ever. Right. I need bigger stuff now. Oh, I forgot to empty my cart. Oh. I didn't think you were picking a big one.
Oh,
Because you've thrown those out tons of times before. After we picked a big one.
no, it was because you have to go to a completely separate menu to get to the special ones.
For the legendaries, I just mean you picked an mission, not
I
legendary.
picked a $3 sign.
I've got my own. Thankfully.
Hunting, it's just hunting with people.
Well, yeah, but you don't have to care about degrading the people's pelt.
What if you did? What if we had to skin them? That's what I thought. It'd be gross and stinky. You know, you think if you had a place called Thieves Landing and repeatedly only criminals go there, you would just on a whim ride through town every now and again and just arrest everyone. Force a habit.
Not did a proof and it didn't.
Yeah, but you're like, you chose to live in a place called Thieves Landing. You may as well move to Crime Town, Bad Guyville.
I am a victim of circumstance.
Arrest this one twice as hard. Nuance. I'm still unclear on, is Red Dead in Texas?
No, it's New York. Blackwater used to be New York, and now Saint Denis is New York, I think.
I think you might be insane.
Well, because in Red Dead 1, Saint Denis didn't exist. In Red Dead 1, it was Blackwater, was the big city. Now we've just added a whole new part of the map on.
I think you're silly. We gotta hide over here.
Still. Silly. What else is running that I...
You're running it twice the whole game.
Oh, I'm out here still. Oh, it said hide, but I don't know how important that is.
Now we just gotta get him.
Why did it say hide near the Perka game? I'm confused.
I don't know either. Where was he?
Oh, they're on their way in.
They're still on the way. Yeah. Go back to hiding.
Bumble?
It's like, alright, we're gonna plan an ambush, and it's like, what even is an ambush? And we start walking out, and then we're like, oh no, Bumble's coming here.
Bumble's in there.
You're pretty cool, Bumble. Keep it up. Oh man, I lost my bullets. That's gonna suck. Alright, we're gonna just snatch and grab. You ready?
No.
Okay, well, let's do it. I'm gonna get the faraway guy. They're on. He's in his horse.
Hey, jackass! You're going to hell today!
Oh my God! Are you crazy?
I won't be tied up like some slaves. What the blazes?
Untie me now!
Bumble.
You mean to kick him?
No, I didn't.
That's where kicking him.
What the hell?
Oh man.
You should have left well enough alone. Sterling.
Name drops are so annoying.
Today is gonna end in hell for one of us.
Oh, why can you reload? But when I press reload, you drop him.
Yeah, that bugs me too. Alright, well, I guess we just hide.
Don't do nothing.
Kill that filthy bitch!
I got off too. Pick him up and put him on the horse.
I'm
I
down.
gotta go. Yep, I gotta get you. Down you go. I also got murdered. One of them's running.
I don't know why the game is running. Booted it. Nothing else running in the system that should be interfering. to 35? Right, probably because I bought supplies of crypt, didn't I? No weapon on my back. That makes sense. Why would I not have that? Go out. I mean, I need high quality stuff for crypt. It's such a... I don't think it's weird. It feels like such a chore to take the 22 out. I feel like what I want to do is take the bow on my shoulder and rifle on my back. And I want to go out and hunt. Because the bow does a lot of small game. So let's try that. It'll be the Springfield on my back and the bow on my shoulder. Especially because with the small game arrows, it kind of is small. When measuring weapons in like damage output and target size, I still feel like the rifle is the better weapon. I don't know how to phrase it. Why did you fire twice? And A, why did you fire at all when I was holding down the click? It was a 3-star. Well, that's a 3-star. Hello. Thank you for not moving, I think. How did you not get hit by that? Oh, for fuck's sake. My mouse is giving up the ghost again, apparently. Oh. I don't know where that elk went though.
You got the evil eye, lady.
Does water actually cover animal trails? That's cool if so. Because that elk trail is just gone.
I'ma bury you shallow.
I swear there. Oh.
Sorry, lady, but I got to get a taste of you. What the devil?
your hat.
And it bugs me. Those people defending that camp never take damage until you start the fight. Then they're like immediately dead if you don't help out. Still don't know where that elk went. Or my frames, apparently. Good lord, we're not running the game on ultra mega high settings. I'm gonna have to verify my game file. Nothing has changed. We're still on the same settings that ran silky smooth the other day. Hey Nightbane, welcome in. Tell me info. Garment rack. I like that the arrow sways, because it means you can't hit fire, but it doesn't make it easy when that reticle is the exact method of targeting things with context menus. No new elk. The ones that ran uphill are apparently gone. Yes, have a need liquor. Soup. Reticles are so tiny, would drive you crazy. I've always liked the smaller reticles. By default, it's like 5 times that size. I just changed it. There would be good. Okay. Maybe we should move camp. We'll try the grizzlies again. We've got enough money to move camp. Twice if it doesn't. Whereabouts did you go? Rip is kind of in the old spot. Maybe we'll give this spot a try. I won't move him again. told you to rear up to scare the thing off. I'm going back to Little Pip. Every other animal has completely sucked except for Little Pip. It's not even that they suck. You're a racehorse. Yet you're not meant to be out here in the wild. That doesn't mean you should just ignore what I say. Both you and Stinky don't listen to me. So, if I ever do a race, I'll know where to find you. But I need something that I can just take out into the wilderness and live on for the open world here. Got a stables north of Van Horn. Blackjack is my fastest horse. Oh, we're not heading to Van Horn, are we? But I've got Blackjack up to level 4 bonding. I don't know if there's other mechanics to this game about having horses listen to you, because it just seems like there is that temperament system that I remember hearing about when the game released. Seems like some horses just suck and some horses will stand their ground and listen to everything you tell them. That's when I was talking with Red Rock, Ali Sterling, and she mentioned Shire horses are apparently really great for just running over wolves because they're not afraid of anything. So I think if I do get another horse, I'm going to try a Shire out. Claudette doesn't really have a reason to replace Arizona. Besides Arizona dying at some point, she doesn't really have a reason. So I don't think Arizona will ever be replaced by a Shire horse. I've gone past Van Horn already, haven't I? But especially because the majority of my time in the open world is spent hunting, I need an animal that I can trust to go up against other predators. Little Pip stood her ground in the middle of a pack of wolves and only threw me off after I'd dealt with quite a few. Little Pip did really well. I don't know if there's even a way to tell which horses are skittish or not. Maybe it's entirely random when you buy one? I was looking at the map instead of watching where I was going. Oh, the cougar's back there. Let's not leave that behind. There could be escape. Why are the good classic Pokemon coming out today, and why am I not seeing them until they escape? This game has so much attention to detail. I wonder if they allow you to navigate using the stars. Only a 1-star. There is some whitetail bucks that look so impressive, and then you actually look at them and they're 1-stars. Whitetails are the most deceptive when it comes to hunting. Oh. Absurd sound of wood creaking I've ever heard. I may actually have to tweak some settings. I don't know why the game is this stuttery, but it shouldn't be. Volumetric fog is like, there's a few things on my list of things to disappear if I have to tweak settings, but I shouldn't have to. If it's running this bad though, I don't have to or not. I'm going to. Because it shouldn't be running this bad. Go. Go. Little Pip has been the best horse I've had so far. Oh, stick with Little Pip while we're out hunting. Alright. Yeah. Grab a little bit of the camp. Sugar. And we'll see what's happening. What we're gonna do? Settings. Long shadows. Enable long shadows during sunset and sun. Why not? That seems like it'll be fine. Soft shadows. Volumetric ray march resolution. Volumetric ray count to scale fairly with screen resolution. Clouds. Volumetric light quality. Here volume. Our volume. Hello. Those are the two that I think are immediately the ones that I'm getting rid of. But there are others that I'm going to keep an eye on. See how the performance works today. Pretty sure I've got everything set up. It shouldn't be direct capturing, which is the only other thing I can think of that would make issues. But I made sure that direct capture was set to SimCity. Backup capture is set to Dirt Rally. The backup capture is also set to SimCity. We are on desktop capture with nothing targeting the game. I don't know. Yep, where are we? We are stuck in the thing, I think. Alright, we'll take the cougar back to crib.
Supplies are starting to run low, just so you know.
Is there any way to get Crip more so he's got materials, which is what I just donated, and he's got supplies, which you have to go steal or buy. Is there any way to get more supplies than just for 25 units of cooking? Like, the only thing I wish I knew about, I mean, I assume there's no way to do it, but I resupply 4 times per cup. It would be nice. Defending straw. feeling Blackwater is going to be the easiest one of these to do. Purely because there's so many places you can actually hole up in.
It's gonna be really hard. There's no roofs.
Oh yeah,
How are you gonna live if
strawberries.
there ain't no roofs?
Even Valentine would work. You've got roofs in Valentine, buildings to hide down. But strawberries just like a river and a couple of buildings.
If there's one thing we know, it's that these people really... Okay, you want to know something funny about every gun in this game that is mind-boggling? Every gun in this game, when you buy it, you have the ability to go into the components menu and buy upgrades, right? That's just a fact of life. One of the upgrades you can buy on every gun in the game is rifling. Not upgraded rifling, not improved rifling, but rifling at all.
Yeah.
Which insinuates that every gun that you buy, for whatever reason, is smoothbore. And that's really funny to me.
Yeah, they didn't invent machining till like the 1920s.
I don't even know what a machine is. And then you're like a locomotive, and they're like, what is that?
I want to
Like
get
that
behind
thing
these
that rolls through
crates,
stuff.
sir. You can do it. I believe in you. Just come this way. A little further this way. You do it. I believe in you. I don't have any faith in you getting behind. But the further away from you I walk, at some point you have to just decide you want to be here. There you go.
You did it. You figured it out. You come over here.
I need you on the north side. Come here. In fact, I might hold up with you. North side. This looks nice.
Come here, stupid. Yeah, there you go. You figured it out. Your brain turned on.
Did I accidentally clip a guy into a different area? Or did you steal it?
I didn't steal nobody. I'm an honest man. Ew, hanging
Well,
out on the
move this
bridge,
guy over
smoking a
there, then.
cigarette. We're about to meet God. Come over here. Come on. Come on.
These
Who's
guys
your
are
good
worse than
police
Blackwater.
officer? Who's your good cop? Come here. There you
These
go,
guys are
figured it out.
worse. Look at this. They wouldn't kill me.
You.
Come here.
This is your home now.
Come here. There's crates and barrels. It's not that scary. Come on.
It's spooky for a little log guy. Just a little log guy. You are gonna go over here. This actually looks like a decent little tidy hole for you. If you get in the right bit of cover.
Come here.
You. Yeah, why not? You go over here. I don't know why the
I'm
game
here.
thinks that this is a place that you should hide, but it is, so hang out there. Yeah.
That guy is just stuck. Sometimes you gotta run and jump at him.
Just spook him.
What the hell you doing?
Just spook.
Come here. There you go. Don't get stuck in the intersection. Crates over here. You can do it. A little further. There you go.
Here's that ass kicking. This is where you die. Stop now. That's an order.
This is weird too, because the enemies have the high ground in like every direction.
That guy went into cover, decided he liked the place, and then immediately left the cover.
His brain's big.
Got to have a lot less brains if he's not going to be using cover like that, though. I haven't seen a single guy
I used my explosive because I forgot to buy more pistol ammo after we did the thing, and then I used the only ammo I had left in my pistol for a bounty later, which was explosive rounds. And I was doing a bounty in Saint Denis, and a guy ran up at me, and I shot him forgetting that I had explosive rounds, and his head disappeared, and I was like,
Now you're dead.
Regular shotguns. Loosen up.
It's true, but this was a pistol.
Oh.
Take him down.
That's why I was like, I had the Desert Eagle of the day.
Why's that a good guy over there? Oh, it's a horse. It's not a good guy.
It would be interesting if, like, as this was going on, the, like, NPCs in the overworld that traveled still kept doing that. They would just kind of show up in town, like, whoa.
My first guy. I seen him. I seen my first bad guy.
You made a mistake getting on the bad side of the law.
It's the law. I am ordering you to stop.
I like the one cop trying to give orders as everybody's killing each other. As the law, I'm ordering you to stop. That's the one rookie cop that still thinks that surely we can talk it out. Everybody else is like, no, I've been doing this for years. Violence is the only language.
One of you fellas better plug that son of a bitch. I'm the law, and I say stop.
Where are you at up there? I gotta go up and get this guy. Alright.
Stop shooting the barrel.
No need for introductions. Lay them out.
Every time I see a guy, it's a good guy.
You just gotta look harder.
Oh, bye. I'm gonna save that for like the tanks.
I figure if it's out of the center of town, it's less likely to be shot. Fire to defend yourself.
Cross the line, now you see where it gets you.
It is so hard to aim like this. I genuinely don't know what it looks like on the other end, but it is horrible to aim. So I'm turning VSync off. I can't be having frames syncing at the moment. I'll take tear if it means I can aim in real time and not in slow-mo. In fact, let me know how that runs. VSync off normally runs visually worse, but performatively better. This was the one exception to that rule. Red Dead didn't have any correlation between VSync and performance. Until we hit half. Half VSync seemed to work. Not much else. This feels more responsive, but I'm still dropping frames. Which, if you are dropping frames, that's what VSync off is meant to show you.
Oh, there are pistol cartridges. I can keep using my mouse or...
That's something. The setting in here I changed the other day. We're gonna change back. I'm not sure if it was browser.
Oi.
You stop, goddammit! The law say so.
I was VSync off running instead of half. Come on, collectors. I set you to detailed last night. Because detailed is closer to the map in the actual game. And that correlation was easier to follow sometimes
I do
compared
feel
to
like the Gatling should be the prevailing machine gun if this is supposed to be a prequel to the other one that... Then again, it's 1899, I guess. Maybe not. I hear them, I don't. I still think Strawberries is one of the purtier tunes.
This thing still hasn't loaded. Come on.
Yep. this out. Oh, cool.
Telling you throwing those things anywhere that isn't above your head is just gonna get you killed.
There we go. And I keep telling you, check this out. So who's the real epic here?
And you're running like shit today. Why is everyone a cop? I climbed up here and I still can't see bad guys.
You're gonna find me as savage as a meat axe. I'm ordering you to stop.
There's a guy on this road.
We're gonna let you rock on the outskirts of town.
You can do it, cop. There you go. Come on. Indeed. It actually just hasn't loaded, it's stopped. But it's like genuinely it's like a different kind of lag. It's not the same issue as before. Because now, before it would drop frames, and what happens with the dropped frame is the game keeps running. With this, it's like super slow-mo. Everything is slow-mo, which makes it impossible to aim. At least with dropped frames, you still have a bit of muscle memory where you know that the distance required to move X amount left or right with your aim. But with the super slow-mo, it doesn't receive input. Like, the dropped frames sort of cuts out inputs too. It's hard to explain, but if you've ever had one of those dreams that feels like punching through water, I think that's the best, closest analogy I have. One feels super heavy and cumbersome, and the other one is just a dropped frame. So inputs like clicking in a dropped frame don't carry through. However, but most of the other stuff does. Where is the map quality? Basically, setting somewhere. I'm in trouble. Civilization. Oh. Like this slow-mo thing here that keeps happening is not the same. Debug set? There was an option to change the map type, and I've set it to detailed, which includes all the roads and everything else, but some route, import, export, debug. I get rid of double click. I double click a lot, it's not a route. I don't see it anymore.
Oh, there you are.
I don't see the option to change the map style anymore. Oh, no. Yes, I do.
Nope.
Default, not detailed.
Stop right now.
There's also a dark mode. But I think we just go with default. And hopefully that helps. I don't need a lot of balance.
Running around and heaving dudes like it's nothing.
I mean that...
Running around and
I'm not surprised something like that might have helped, because the difference in a high definition map and a low definition map running in the background of Steam browser could actually be the thing crippling the game. We'll see how long it holds up though.
On my birds.
Nope.
Appreciate the right thing to do.
That is hard. I didn't know it. I actually might just have to verify game files. This is running a lot better actually though, to be fair.
I got killed.
It's not good. I can't see it. Where? Let us see. That guy I can see. It's bad. Just give me pain. It's the 26 people left. How did you die?
I got beat up by 3 dudes.
AI is doing better than I am. I am wasting ammo, that's all I am doing. the horse evil? Horse ain't evil.
Thank you for making my game fresh.
Oh, the corner is gonna be hard with this latency. Why do I hear dogs?
There were dogs.
How did you survive that? People spawn on my roof.
died again.
Good.
The law's gonna have your blood on its hands.
Took a while to spot that guy.
Your end is near. Got an uppity bitch here.
The buddy that was in it. I caught that guy in a dead store.
That guy's just gonna live. He's stuck in between a place he can't be shot. He's also out of bounds.
It's his health situation.
All right there. Come on.
It'll be fine. It's so hard to spot targets here. In this weather too.
Shitty guys up.
Doing okay with the Kakana. don't see the sniper out to the south.
It's crazy rain.
I'm being shot from the south. I don't know sight on him though. Sight lines out here in the trees is so hard to see them.
Yeah.
Pretty good on ammo.
This dude had like a cube.
Is there other guys still stuck?
Yeah, he is, but he's also still alive. I'm gonna see if I can't make it to him, even though he's okay.
You can't get to him anymore. He was out of bounds. Oh, he's not. Continue with him
Got
then.
a good little place covered up.
Landing a headshot. It's the first gun. I see it. I can deal with it because it can't hit me from up here. Sniper got me though. Got the Gatling, so good luck.
Any requests for the Undertaker?
Got sniped to death. 642 kills. This one is like vastly more difficult. It feels like. What's your take?
Sweet Jesus!
gonna have fun watching you die. Good morning to you.
Excuse me, are you following me? Sweet Jesus! Untie me, what the hell?
Sweet Jesus! No! Leave me be! Get off my back, damn it! Shit! Take him out now! Come on! Madre mía. Them will take you. Get that sword.
Probably gonna tie upstream.
Oh my.
You have anyone who can raid out too?
We got him now. Put him in the ground. You can't win. The law always has the last word.
Am I raiding to Red M? My lack of big. We should just. The game's running in slow-mo, I need to verify files, I'm gonna have to take a break. I can't do anything. It's not just frame drops, like the whole game feels sluggish and so I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna clean up. We're gonna raid out. And I'm gonna go fix this game. Find out what's up. Not a trap. And not because... I don't know. Not because of settings, I don't know. I don't know who's online at the moment. Oh, Raiden was doing a charity stream. We might go say hi to Mama. Otherwise... Oh, Suzanne. No, I don't care. Dark Raiden is still online. Or... Jonathan Raymond. Also building on... I'm gonna go say hi to Mama. She's... got a sponsored stream at the moment. If you would like to take a rate message over here, we have global emotes for anyone who wishes. We have paid emotes for those who like the animated flapping bird, and for 100 channel points you can redeem that gorgeous face and replace the animated emote with Stinky Glitch, but you can use whatever one you want. I gonna figure out what's wrong with the game, and I'll fix it and be back hopefully later. It's been such a nice stream today. Yeah, well, I was meant to log in for like 10 minutes and do my dailies, and then it's turned into a mess where I can't even play the game properly. Probably would have been a whole lot less noticeable if I was on Red M, to be fair, because at least then I've not been fighting wave-based combat, but hey. I'll see you around in Mama Raiden's stream.